don't understand why the ETF is showing a negative. How is that even possible? Whoa. Oh, that's the Benny share. Why does it show negative 1,000? All right. Well, that's annoying. Why does it say I'm short? Well, I get to call freaking E Trade about that one. uh, morning, morning, morning. Can't read. That just go from 34 to $1.09. Gee. true. There is no Snowflake. No, we're not doing this.
I have a little change from before to get me to 5 smiley face.
No, this isn't a freaking charity. See, if I do it once, I got to do it every time. And I just found out last night. I'm so tired. I can't freaking think. That YouTube, for all those that donated through YouTube, I lose 25% on that. So guess what? That shit's stopping. So every one of those big donos that came through YouTube, I lost 25% on. Didn't know it. Thanks, YouTube. Well, I'm getting double blasted, Blazing. See, not only do I lose the 25% on via YouTube, I have to report that as income. So 50% of it is gone as well. And I don't get to realize the loss that this probably incurs until I sell eventually, whenever that is. Gifted subs. Well, yeah, I mean, I lose half on a gifted sub because that goes to Bezos. So we're right back to square one where bits are the only way. And Snowflake, you better cough it up because you ain't getting no extra shares. Minimum's a minimum. I need the donos to cover the losses I have incurred. Whoa. Restructure term debt. Okay. All right. Let me see here. So we have this like negative $1,500 balance today because of the Bimmy shares that I've got to figure out how to get rid of. Here it is right here. It says I'm short 210 shares with no cost basis. So, I mean, does that mean I get to cover it for free? I don't know. I don't know what that means. So I gotta go call about that one. Other than that, Plug Power is damn near 100% here with the Pope's shares. I've got to put an order in for him. So 306, I believe, is the. He's got a few lots here, and 306, yeah. 306 would be the number. So will be 34 shares. All right. What do you want? Buru?
Burrow me up. Lasers pew pew smiley face.
All right. All right. I got that order in. 306. He's close. The Pope's close. What do we got? Buru? Is that what you said? Yeah. All right. Let's see here. My brain isn't turned on yet. 5. Golly, I can't even see straight. 33. I give you 30 for fees. I realize my fees on these pennies are outrageous. All right, you're in. Holy cow, the brain is not turned on this morning. Give me the caffeine hit. Jeez. Snow, no flake. 9, 23, 25. Morning to you, Chicka Bow Wow. 30. At 0.15. Where am I going? It's in. It's etched in stone. Open. I saw all that selling going on after hours. I have no idea. I had Tiva last night based off of the autism treatment the administration was going to push, but it looks like it might have been baked in, all this news. We didn't get any surprises last night, unfortunately. Like the rumor that came out a week ago was right. Basically all the info, so there was nothing new to move. IBG, you just want in now? Jeez. Okay.
IBG interesting daily low.
5.
Don't even know the news.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is any. All right, you're getting 3 at this price. All right, we're in. We're in. Nothing like buying the tippy top here. Love it, Cosmo. Love it. $9.23. I said, jeez, the brain is not on yet. 3 at 125. Well, you're up already, so there's that. Good dip buy there, Cosmo. Good dip buy. There is news on it. This was it halted? Oh, that's what it was. They unhalted this. I mean, if you clear this 150, it's on to 2. So it's a merger. Right. Another way for my account to get jacked up.
Mass attack starts in.
Are you freaking kidding me right now?
5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, you
1.
got freaking
Mass
2
attack.
minutes to start throwing as much shit as you want at the screen. I'm not even prepared this morning. Not everything. And we got to do this now. We got to do this now.
Make sure to have your daily Tylenol.
Oh, this is a wake-up call. Who started this? Freaking Joshua J. Fox. Come on, give me it. Give me it. I want the most annoying thing you could throw at me. I'm not. What is that SpongeBob thing? Holy shit. What is that, Snowflake? How is that even allowed? What on earth? Jeez, SpongeBob was all jacked up, wasn't it? That was a jacked up show. Oh my gosh.
Johnson reported retail sales index of 5.7% in the third week of September.
A few more seconds, thank God. Don't you start, Joshua. I can't even see anything this morning. It's another crypto strategy thing, huh? Oh my gosh. That's something you said. Mother. This is the least I've been awake recently. Like, how did any of this say? How to enter the 100% challenge. It's a $5 minimum paid in bits. You pick the stock. That's it. So you don't know your 500 betties. Pasty. The only other way I can think of is PayPal friends and well, no, because it's a business account. You can't do friends and family on a business account. We're all dick doing this. You're a dick because you pay extra because of the biddy fee. I'm dick because I got to report it as income immediately, and 50% of it is out the window, and I don't get to freaking realize the loss until later, whenever that is.
Nauticus Robotics, ticker KITT.
And the only ones I've sold so far are 100% winners. So 50% of that profit gone. I don't make money on this. I'm learning. Crypto. We could do crypto, but not everybody does it. But then that opens up a whole nother can of worms for me because it's damn near impossible to
Powell turns around
report that shit.
Props his left leg up and his right. Pulls his pants down.
I could probably do it though.
Bullish or bearish?
Oh my gosh. Bullish or bearish? Jeez. Shut up, good banana. Stable coin. Yeah, we could probably do it with crypto, USDC or something like a stable coin. There's some apps. I'd want to, before I do that, I want to get some apps that like show when I get a dono in crypto. So, you know, so I have a way of being notified. Yeah, sounds like I'm getting ETF in my ass. And I'll be calling later. I don't know if you saw that the account is showing a negative $1,500 balance because of the Benny trade. Shows me with 210 short from when they did the reverse split. So yeah, we got to get that cleared out. Can I just close it? I don't know how that, I don't know. So Benny's dicking me over right now. I got to figure out, I got to call him later. That was Pizza Wrangler. House wins again. Yeah. Nothing like learning that you have a 200 share short position on a stock that did a reverse split that's at, all-time lows, yet you're still down $1,000, $1,500 on the short. I feel like I'm missing some. Oh, yeah. So nothing's really moving this morning. Powell speaks today? Gotta listen to that. IBG. That's this little double bottom. But again, that MACD is pretty rough here. Apollo, yeah, that was a nice move there. Dude, the Pope is literally 7 cents away from glory here. Third-party crypto payment processor. Other third-party crypto payment services include Now Payments, OraPay, Fuse, C-Wallet, Tipbox. I'll have to check some of those out. He went too big. I can't read it this morning. IBG says, screw your MACD. Corn sugar. Oh, yeah, FTEL. Oh, and WHLR is a reverse split today, right? Should be one to watch. We haven't had a reverse split meta in a while. Jeez. I think it's funny that, did you guys see on Twitter that everybody's basically caught on to the fact of the circle jerk of CoreWeave, NVIDIA, OpenAI? The memes are a-flowing.
Stock J Clap Warus.
Thank you, Cyber Trader. Oris? All right, let me look at it. So how much cash do I even have in the ETF if it's showing in the... Okay, we got 60 bucks. Sure how that happened. All right, we got Oris. Okay. $5. 0.32. Calculate. Get 15. Boom, you're in. Oh, Salt Life is in this one. Getting in on a little Salt Life action, huh? All right, we got Cyber Trader 252 923. Y'all are getting in on early this morning. You guys were scouting some out and doing some homework. 0.32. 100% in one day in the competition. Yeah, Tim did. The legend of Tim. Tim, say hello. Let us know you're here. He's the only one to do it. Jesse's World got super close. She got like within 10%. And then, and same with Talk Jock. Yeah, Talk Jock got like, I want to say 70%. But they're the only ones that really have tried. No one, well, and Good Banana tried. He got real close too, but no cigar. Tim's in Discord. There's Tim. Tim the legend. All right, 9 o'clock news. I need to pay attention here. Whirlpool, WHLR. I don't even know if I can trade this. I want to see if they'll let me. Oh, wow. Usually they don't let me this early. DBGI. What's the news? Damn. Video Connect program. Okay. Talking about getting up there pretty quick, too. Speaking of Benny just juiced. Everence is no further reverse stock splits for 3 years. No reverse stock splits for 3 years, but we will do offerings, bitches. Unless they change their minds. Yeah. Unless we do. By the way, we don't have a company anymore. Maybe they do. I don't know what Benny does now. It was Mullen. GoPro with the headline. I always thought it was funny when Congress was, remember the whole time where they were debating where they should make it basically illegal for companies to give out dividends. I was like, what the hell are you all talking about? Like, these sons of bitches literally just milk us nonstop, and you want to stop them from giving some of that back? These motherfuckers just drop offerings on us. You're not going to outlaw that part. But you're going to outlaw the part where we get some money back? Off. What are you all talking about? I always thought that was a terrible argument. They tax dividends. I don't know. It was I don't understand. I didn't understand where that came from. It didn't last very long. Probably for good reason. Oh, wow. Look at this. I got some E-Trade news here. Morgan Stanley is partnering with cryptocurrency infrastructure provider Zero Hash to allow E-Trade clients to trade major coins, Bitcoin, Ether, and Solana, starting the first half of next year. Jedfin, head of wealth management, said he described this as phase one with plans for later development of a full wallet solution. The underlying technology has been proven and blockchain-based infrastructure is obviously here to stay, Finn said, adding that clients should access digitalized assets, traditional assets, and cryptocurrencies within the same familiar ecosystem. You know why they're doing this? Because they see the writing on the wall that 401ks can start using crypto, and people are going to want, and they already they know that there's demand for it, and they want to be getting that piece. You know what I mean? They don't want their clients going elsewhere. That tells you a lot right there, boys. Maybe people didn't want to just buy crypto straight up now that they feel like they can legally, whatever. The whatever obstacles were there are peeled back somewhat. But maybe they'll just allow their 401k to do it. 100% return on your money. And DBGI give it all back. Soon. Wait, what? Prepaid.
Prepaid tax gains for 190% club. Hope it maths out okay.
Thank you, Tim. I found out, Tim, that every YouTube dono, YouTube is taking like 20%. I feel so cheated. But thank you for the dono. So basically, I get $5 of your dollars because YouTube takes its cut. 5 of the 6. So basically, I'm also meaning I'm in the 100% club too because I paid Tim's, 20% of Tim's fee on his buy. So I rode the stallion with him. I'm also in the 100% club. It takes 30%? What's the math? Let me see. I don't think it's as high as 30. Maybe on low denominations. What a bunch of shit. 100% fee club. Twitch DJ get the worst deal. They get about 30% of subs and bits. Half goes to record companies in Twitch. And they demonetize like every time you guys use the stupid hentai girl that costs like $1, right? The entire YouTube stream just got demonetized because of that little sound clip that's attached to it. I could like separate sounds so YouTube never hears that stuff. It'd be a little weird for those people. But the entire 6-hour instead of clipping it out automatically, it just demonetized the entire 6-hour, 7-hour, 8-hour stream. Just so you know. And I'm done fighting it. I've used to like go back and have to edit out every single one of those little freaking chicks. I'm done. I'm like, fine, YouTube, have it. I'm demonetized. I make zero. Now I find out I make negative money streaming on YouTube right now. Because no one subs over there. They all have ad blocker. Oh, jeez. Also, if it's through PayPal, I get more fees. Yep. This is true. I do get paid via YouTube, via PayPal. So there's some more fees. I'm losing money on YouTube. Have you already said thank you to us? You're a sub. Yes, I do have a few subs. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. We know who the freeloaders are, Adam. Sending you crypto with no fees. I'm actually looking at that. There you go, Tim.
Are we good now, SJ? Just want to keep my legend status.
You're not losing the legendary status, Tim. You're not losing it. But see, like on your $5 donation, though, there, YouTube just took $1. You're subbed on YouTube as well, Chill? Stop donating. Save some money. Oh, shit. I am finally going to sell this for hell yeah. Sold, buddy. Hell yeah. I bought this jacket, Arc'teryx jacket, 2 years ago, and I've had an outrageous price on it for a long time. And it just sold. Hell yeah, for like $300. I stopped watching Midnight Sumo to watch you to consider yourself lucky. You're the like third person that's talked about this sumo channel on Twitch. I didn't know there was one. Is Tim your neighbor Bob in disguise, and how is Melissa? I can't even remember who we labeled Melissa. Can you update me? I can't even remember. I don't want to mistell someone their name. What story did I give the name Melissa to? Oh, Bob's caretaker. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't know her name. The sexy, thick, the mask-wearing girl that he says, I don't know if she's pretty or not. She seems like she's pretty, but I've never seen her face. Oh, jeez. A lot of pop and drops this morning, huh? Tim, I told you the wrong room. It's trading floor. Sorry. I said something else. IPDN. I'm about to call E-Trade and be like, so what am I supposed to do with this beamy short that I all of a sudden have for $1,800? And he's gonna say, what account? And I'm gonna say, ETF me in the ass. I'm not gonna not say it. Yeah. Well, okay. So I'm short Bimmy somehow because Pizza Wrangler bought like, I don't know how many shares he bought pre-reverse split. It was probably like 5. I don't know. But they did a 200 and something odd share to 1 reverse split. So instead of just selling my share, I now have a 210 share cost base or short with a 0 cost basis. So it's like insta loss with 0. This would have to go to 0 for me to break even. So obviously there's some accounting error going on here. So I've got to call and figure out. Well, at least they got the name changed here. It was a number earlier. No, pizza. I'm not buying Benny right now. I've got to wait. No, it's not happening.
Beneath.
I have to wait until this is figured out and then I'll buy it. But right now, I don't need it to be any more convoluted than it is. I'm going to be dealing with someone that's going to be like, well, that's weird. Never seen that before. Guess you're fucked. So we do actually have an improvement. It's actually back to a ticker. This morning, it was a number like 69247.5, whatever it was. I don't know. Don't forget. Well, I'm sure you won't let me forget. But thank you. 900 biddies. It's locked in. I can't believe we're throwing more money at this horseshit. But here we are. Maybe it'll fix itself when the market opens. I don't know. We do have another ETF me in the ass 100% club on watch here, though. The Pope is within 6% of glory. Chicka Bow Wow is at almost 70%. Pizza Wrangler for his 2-time is still chilling in the 60s here. Captain Burrito Pants at 56%. Big Pokemon 53. BBAI Verified Silent 52. And LAES with Pizza Wrangler again chilling just under 50%. So a few on watch, some immediate. We'll have alerts on these for sure. Plug power. Free break. 304. 305. All right, I got alerts out there. I'm convinced E-Trade's the worst broker. Yeah, well, that didn't take much convincing. I wonder if let's check the website one last time. They signed me out. Yeah, it still shows a net account value of minus 300. It's like, how do you you'll take the lower entry? Yeah, well, yeah. I can't do it live because they say count numbers and freaking all sorts of shit. And I gotta. It's too much personal information that I don't know. Probably isn't good to put out on the interwebs. This QMM is actually looking pretty damn nice, man. Did this already break? Damn it. Okay. Get new clips today. CGME. Jemmy on watch for that first daily cock. Check. Still hanging out, but not really. Oh. PTNM, $8 level. Stuff up. What a disaster. Jeez. Daily cock on Bria. See what that does. Short Netflix. What am I watching? This is a worker at off. She's at work at 9:30 eating breakfast. So 2 hours of work and then lunch. $40-minute lunch break. $3 go home. 2:45 go home. 3 o'clock go home. She's driving a Mercedes, so she must be somewhere important in there, huh? That was a nice Mercedes. I want that job.
Stock J clap.
Super Cyan, let's go 8 months. I cannot see this morning. Oh my gosh. Mother of God. To pop! 401k account. Oh, is that what we're calling it? What was the ticker? AEHR. You're up 29% with a 25.45 cost basis. People make more on Kick. They do, actually. Your percents are way better. However, I'm not partner on Kick yet. So I can't reap those benefits. Minus 200K. I big, already giving it back. Update on the rings. 2 companies got back to me, so the ball is rolling. It looks like on the Fox website, whatever it was, there's 2 routes you can go. Basically, or route 1, they do like a mold. So like the mold by itself is $250. So you can go like the route using cheaper materials, cheaper materials, and it's not really meant to be worn because the finish will wear out over time. Your hand oils. It's not really. I don't know what alloy or whatever the heck they use, but it's he described it as for being worn occasionally, but not everyday use. And then the other one's more premium material that you can wear all the time. And that one is like $450 minimum. You've worn out. I cashed out. I cashed out a lot. Yeah, I didn't have a bad stretch, but we've recovered most of it. I withdrew like $60,000, and then I've used some. Do you do solo 401k? You should reduce your tax bill if you do pre-tax contributions. Yeah, I don't know how to think about that though. It's like it's just delaying it, right? So it's either I pay taxes on it now, or I pay taxes on it later, and those taxes later are probably going to be higher than they are now, right? Isn't that the thought process of not doing it? Never splurge, no. Always had too much to repair to splurge. A lot better if you set up a business. For Twitch example, you pay yourself 401k benefits, and you would need. Oh, I can do a self-employed 401k or whatever the hell it's called. Several ways to pull out tax free. I guess if you're pulling out like a minimum amount, right? I'll have to see what my CPA says. Bond for Farcoin. Oh, shit. All right. 5-minute break. Be back for the open. better at 100. Jeez. These pumps on credit facilities are just wild. BKKT. Nice little pop there. Continuation from yesterday. Intel having a day. SLE quoting. This is up that much. Jeez. All right. Trying to alt up here. False halt. Saw me looking at it. Damn. Okay. AGMH thing up. Okay. Okay, hello. What are you gonna do today? Core weave. IOQ. Yeah, Beta Chuck has had some mic issues recently. Not really sure why. INTC. See if ETF being the ass fixed itself. Nope. So we'll get the call about that later. Figure out what the hell this is. If this is going to be an issue every time, then there's ever a reverse split or merger, that means the stock is getting liquidated beforehand, because I ain't doing this every time. Wayfood Daily. You know how to turn me on, don't you? Midnight Sumos. Maybe I will. Intel's just straight up this morning. Yeah, the King, I don't know why they thought that giving me a short position with a zero cost basis was a good idea. Like, what system sets up it? I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. Midnight Summos. I feel like I've seen that channel. Watch Open on the curl. Apple. Jeez, I didn't do anything, did it? Jeez. Rid of that. NAOV. Okay, it's chooching. Intel is just straight up. Shut up, guac. Silly. Still waiting for something to prove itself. INTC has got the best Momo so far. Thank you, cheese. 9:45. I haven't freaking taken a trade yet. Plug 295. To Pope, you're close, bud. 306 is your level. Plug Power's within 9 cents of glory for DePope. $98. Wow. Failed break of 30, really? Okay, there you go. It's a cuck and go. I feel like we've got to watch it, boys. Plug Power knocking on the door. Knocking on the door. $0.04 away. $0.04 away. I've got an order to sell half to Pope. 2 cents to Pope. $98 to Pope. Oh my gosh, it almost got it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 1 freaking penny. We got to weigh again. There it is. What did he buy it at? 156. Wow. Unbelievable trade. We've got to do it justice. Holy shit. DePope, are you in Discord so I can crown you? Holy jeez. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, fellow degenerates of the ETF me in the ass ETF, viewer funded retirement fund, gather close. For today, we honor a warrior unlike any other. A man whose presence alone can strike fear to the bravest among us. For he is the keeper of the scare beavers. His name is the Pope! Mute Discord. On September 12th of this very year, when others laughed at the ashes of plug power, the Pope stepped forward with steady hands and a vision most could not see. At but $1.53, he claimed his stake, and with patience and resolve, he has doubled it to $3.06. A clean 100% victory. Proof that courage and conviction and perhaps few terrifying beavers can change destiny. But it is not only his trading valor we celebrate. For the Pope has been among the most steadfast supporters of this house, a donor and backer of the highest tier, keeping this banner aloft for all to see. And so, by the powers of this noble yet degenerate fund, we welcome him into the exalted 100% club. Rise, Sir de Pope. May your name be forever etched in glory, your beavers ever terrifying, and your place in these halls eternal. Boom! Welcome.
Mass attack starts
Mother
in
of
5,
God.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
2 minutes. Way to freaking do it! Way to freaking do it! I don't even have it on the screen! We're going with it! Do it! Do it! Do it! What an epic celebration. Audio throw up. You have 2 minutes in celebration of DePope's entry into the 100% Club to throw as many bullshit things at the screen. And we're all gonna suffer. Our ears are not going to be able to handle this. Don't you dare mute. Don't you dare mute this. Don't you dare. Let it flow. Let the pain and suffering flow in celebration of the Pope. Some of you are well behind on stream. Yes. 20 more seconds. Get it in. 20 more seconds. Get it in. Get it in. Few more seconds. Nene, what the hell is that, Nene? Jesus. Trying to wait for my nipples to calm down. They're so erect right now. All hail the Pope. All hail the Pope. Son of a bitch. Back to back! Back to back! Is that what we're doing? I literally almost shit myself. Can't remember what I was doing. Oh, yeah. Nene, I swear, I'm just trying to write this freaking thing for the Pope.
the Richmond Manufacturing Index. We're waiting for those. Those figures are late.
All right. Now that that's settled, who's next in line? BBAI? Oh, DePope, let me ask you. Do we sell the rest of these shares? Or do we move them out and save them for eternity? What do we do, chat? We save them for eternity? Do we just keep them in this? Keep them in here? Up to you. I don't care. You decide. You decide, to Pope. Or do we sell them? And I mean, it's $100. We could actually buy something legit like VU or something like that. That would be a first. Well, we can't buy VU, but you know what I mean. One of those entities. Something with a dividend payment. Better. That would be $5 for a $65 stock. Didim, it doesn't work like that. I mean, I guess I could make up the $60 difference. Straight to jail. Better W. No. No. Mayo for Lukong. All right, let's see what we got here. Averaging up, Luke. Is that what we're doing? All right, 5. Luke says I'm in again. Boom. You're in, Luke. Another buy. Another one. $5 at 92. Sell them and buy your first real position. All right, DePope. I like it. I appreciate that. That's actually legendary stuff here. All right, chat. Need help. Nick, probably need your guidance on this as well, if you can hear me. We're selling them, boys. All right, it's sold. I want something that mimics maybe the S&P 500 or, you know, an indice, the Qs, something like that. Pays a divvy as well. I don't want something that's going to go down in stock value as they do dividends. So if there's a crypto one that's going to do well.
September was -17 versus the -5 expected.
I bet. BITX. 2x Bitcoin Trust. But is this one of those that's just going to go down, or is it actually going to mimic? What's the divvy on this one? We could buy 2 shares of this. Divvy is monthly. XPay tracks 20% yield. How does it do that? Yeah, this doesn't look like the S&P 500. Well, actually, it does. It hasn't reached its highs yet, but Boeing. No. We're gonna go. Hey, this is called ETF me in the ass for a reason. Oh, Boeing has a headline. This chart looks really good. Boeing's a great buy right now. Well, yeah, okay. Give me $220 and I'll buy a share and put it in the ETF. What are you talking about? All right. Well, we'll think about that. What is this? Didim. XTRAF. Very interesting chart up near resistance right now. But hey, that's what you want. That's what you want. Oh, I just bought 5. How much did I mean to buy? $8 total. So you get 3 more. All right, you're in. Did him. $9, $23, $25, $8 at $58. Well, this is a nice, yeah, I do a lot of trading in this for sure, but it's a nice distraction when really things aren't. I mean, I made one trade this morning. There's nothing going on. Oh, freak. It doesn't show you what I've pinged here. Oh, didn't know it did that. So if you can't see it, then it just shows no access. SLE. I see it. I see it. I was kind of waiting to get kind of where it's at right now, honestly. It's not what I meant to do. Bullshit, Phil. Okay. It sunk a little further than I'd like there, but you know what? It's all right. Got 10 cents out of it. We're on the board at least.
Benzinga Pro Squawk has disconnected.
Okay. Let's reconnect then. Bitcoin Grayscale. What is their ticker for that? Grayscale. ETCC. Now, see, this is what we got to avoid, is charts that look like this. GBTC. Yeah, that looks pretty good. That's the original. I could buy one share of that. YBTC. Brown Hill Bitcoin covered call strategy. I just don't understand. I mean, I guess it could hold up if they keep writing them, right? But the charts just don't look right. KVUE. Yeah, it actually. Oh, I see what you're saying. It was a good bounce play. Like the news was baked in on these. Same with Tiva. I went long Tiva yesterday. Not doing. So Tiva makes the I don't know if it's actually a folic acid treatment, but it's the treatment that the administration said that they're going to promote for autism yesterday. I went long Tiva last night. I was like 2,000 shares. All right. Nothing, right? So I sold like right here. This is probably me. Basically a break-even trade. At a 1920 cost basis. Yeah, Tom Lee does. I'm not really a fan of what he's doing on a crypto ETF. I called it last night. Yeah, I said if I wake up and this thing's up to 10%, I'm going to freaking lose my mind. It just mocks me up 5%. Well, wait for the normies. Well, it was down like 7%. So this is a dual listed stock. I didn't know this. I learned this last night. It's listed on the Tel Aviv exchange. So it's an Israeli company. Didn't know that either. I think I did, but I forgot. And it's listed here. Last night, it was down 7% in Tel Aviv. So I'm like, well, shit. This is just down over there already. Time to cash out. Take the break-even trade off the table. And boom. Trump's talking at the UN. Oh. What are we putting this in? Let me ask ChatGPT. I need a stock that pays a good dividend, but matches the moves of either or QQQ. under $100. So I can't do Vu. It was too expensive. I have $100 to play with, basically. Maybe a little more. The first one it gave me was Reality Income, Comcast, and Bridge. Yeah, can't do this one. Chippy. What is this? That's not terrible. Semiconductors. Shred. You got SCHD. Schwab Dividend Equity ETF. Is this like a balanced S&P? Let's see what ChatGPT says about it. Mention this one. Tell me about this CHD. Yield is 3.5 to 4%. Quarterly divvies. Tracks Dow Jones US Dividend 100. I don't want to track the Dow. I want to track the SPY. BKKT coming back up. SCHG. Does this track the SPY? That looks way better. Way better, more better, gooder. Tell me about SCHG. Are the fees bad on these? Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, Meta, Google. That's who's going to own the world. This is what I want. The yield's tiny, though. Oof. 0.6 to 0.8%. Is that right? Orange is bashing you in right now, and the telequit working. Did it really? On JEPQ, and look real quick. JEPQ, premium income ETF. I mean, the chart's pretty fine. All right, last. Give me other ideas for ETFs that include the Mag 7 heavily weighted, but also give a good dividend. See if it comes up with anything. Maggie. It's another covered call play. so worried about these though. I don't know why. Maybe they're just new to me. But I just feel like at some point the stock just is not going to track right. 35% yield. Roundhill daily 2x long Magnificent 7. How we're talking. They write options on it. It sounds interesting. I kind of like that idea though. This is relatively new, right? Is there a ETF that has done this covered call writing that has a long history? Sent me some. Thank you, Nick. Longest is 2 years. Which one's that, joystick? It's like you miss out on the really big moves for the guaranteed income. Is that it? Let's get some made on. Hmm. JEPQ will give you income and massive exposure. Premium ETF. What about VIG? What's this one? 200. Freaking ChatGPT. Beto? Beto's chart doesn't look good to me. Joystick! Let's go, buddy! WPay wants one.
Driving me nuts.
I love it. I freaking love it. But I've got to transfer money in. All right, hold on. Another $200. I love it, joystick. All right, it's in. ETF me in the ass. Joystick says, gimme, gimme. I say, okay, okay. Joystick report. Love it. 923. You're going to create me my divvy payouts that I just need. Just need them. What do we get? 1 at 54.11. Who is this? Oh. Did I? Could have sworn I put that in there. Cosmo, this isn't working out so well. Joystick report. What kind of name is that joystick? What's my entry price on Clove? $3.14 pizza. It's your cost basis anyway. If you hit negative 100%, banned from the ETF forever. All right. What about DGRO? DGRO. High dividend, higher dividend, but focus on growth. This is 2.5%. Vanguard, high yield ETF, dividend with Apple, Microsoft exposure, downside less. NVIDIA. I want more of those guys. JEPI, we talked about that one, right? Whoa. Oh, that's the covered call strategy. High end capped upside option collar strategy. Oh, so if it goes nuclear, it doesn't do well. You know what? I might be okay with that. I have a feeling that because of options, these aren't going to go nuclear. It's more defensive. Beto is 55 dividend as long as the price stays above that annually, break even. The dividend is 55% on Beto. Jeez. Intel setting up for a trade. 5 minute. ULTY. How high yield beats the erosion. This thing's just straight down. kind of yield is that over time? Still at 15 to 20%. I mean, that's kind of tracking in line with S&P. I almost feel like it's safer though just to do S&P. Trump's going to town, huh? I think I want to say safer with exposure to high quality tech and a divvy. No cover call. Because I think growth in AI is what I want to capture. Black Akko, you're all about these divvies. You've done your homework, it looks like. QQQI or SPYI. Give me the best 3 options. AI bioweapons. Did you say QQQI? And SPYI? Tell me how QQQI and SPYI compare to your 3. Resistance on clove. Let me look. Pizza. Well, you got this big ass broadening wedge, so you're running right into it. Actually, you look like you just broke it. If that holds, that could be significant. You got the 200 here, pizza. This is kind of exactly how you would want a stock to look if it's going to break the top side or any side of a broadening wedge. You want to see consolidation underneath and then break, probably a retest. But yeah, this is actually looking really good, pizza. So far. Hmm. There's no way I could afford that, to Pope. What do you got here, Tim?
SJ, Total Flyer, Swing and a Miss perhaps. 5 shares YHC for the fund.
He's going for the 2-time. Hope I gotta buy it first. Tim's going for that. By the way, YouTube, see what Tim did there? He gave 6 instead of 5. It's because YouTube takes, we're calling it 20%. I don't actually know the percent. It doesn't actually tell me that I could find easily anyway. So add 20% to your freaking donos through YouTube. Sons of bitches take 20 to 30%. So thank you, Tim, for the 6. You're in, Tim. Tim going. Hello. Tim going for a second. Tim Kerwin. 9, 23, 25. 5 at 0.93. This one's gonna be a cooker, isn't it? It's gonna. Jeez. I will be implementing a rule, though, from now on, is if there's a reverse stock split coming on a stock or even a merger, the shares will be sold, because what it's doing to the account is dicking it sideways. So Pizza Wranglers, 1 share of Bimmy or whatever it was, they did a reverse stock split. Well, now I show I'm short, I got to call E-Trade, $210 or 210 shares I'm short with a 0 cost basis. How the hell is this possible? Tim, thank you for the dono. So yeah, that's a rule going forward. So if you're going to pick a shitter, you're playing with fire. We bought 240 shares of Benny. Was that what it was? And then they did a reverse stock. So now I have a short position open with a 0 cost basis. So I break even if they go bankrupt and their stock goes to 0. Clearly, it's a calculation error, but now I have to call E-Trade. And I'm not going to do that every freaking time. Double down and short it again. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Let me add your name in the file in here. Oh. Where is it? I thought I saw it. Bottom end. There it is. Tim Kerwin. Boom! Free cost basis. Sounds like I can't lose. I literally am losing. Pizza wants in too, huh?
YHC jumping in with Tim.
He's riding the Tim coattails. All right. Both got the same cost basis. $5 at 3. You're in. You're in. Where are we at on the leader part here? BBAI, verified silent, taking top spot right now. I still got to figure out what we're doing here, boys. As far as this ETF me in the ass. What was the yield on those? QQQI is 12 to 14%. I'm doing QQQI. I'm doing it. I'm going to do 2 shares. It's got a good chart. Like it hasn't hit the entire move, but it's damn near close with a 14% yield. Can I get it? Can I get a yes? Chad, is this Black Akko? Is this good? Reinvest the divvies. Well, that's the play, right? Buying at all-time highs. I mean, yeah, might as well. You can always average down, you know what I mean? It's got part of that, you know, strategy, but the whole thing isn't built around it. And it's aggressive on the Mag 7. Chubawa says, meh. My entire day report for makes me $20K a month? Jeez. Fucking normal guy holding the bag.
AREB.
Well, if it look, I don't want to have to hold it forever. So if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. We're doing it. Let's not buy 5. It's in. It's in. The Popes. Divvy play. $9, $23, $25. 2 at $54.77. Divvy upgrade. What do we call this? I don't even know. Where you sell the stock for the 100% club and it goes into the permanent fund. Crash of 08 incoming. Probably. We'll see how it goes. You make $20K a month on $400K? Jeez. Do you have a graph, Black Akko, since you were willing to share the information, of the account size change? And that'll take into account the, you know what I'm getting at. Like, you're still getting your dividend. The account size growth, whether it's gone up or down, even though you're getting the dividend, but maybe the stock dropped. This Intel is still setting up. I don't know what's up with Bull. It's juicing pretty good here. Wayfu broke. No, it didn't break 190 yet. It's close. Not willing to jump in this unless I see volume. The only stock I'm really interested in right now is Intel on my list. CoreWeave off support of that 133 would have been probably something. Plug. We sold at a good time. Damn. Feels like the market's going to just be waiting for freaking Powell's talk in it. Oh, thank you, Talk. You're right. AREB. Whew. You know how to pick 'em, Talk. All right. 5. Actually, you might get 6, won't you? Yep, you got 6. I'm going to do 5. Regardless, though. I've lost a lot of money on the fees of sub. I didn't realize they were so high on eTurd. All right, you're in. Talk Jock. 9, 23, 25. 5 at 0.72. Bob, you're in. Talk Jock still scattering his seed. What? Oh, that's it. Oh, there you are. Talk Jock. The Pope. You're in. Arab reverse split coming in October. Well, you better hope it does something before then, because I ain't holding it. I ain't holding it through a reverse split. Just so you know. Am I missing intel? Damn it, I am. I day 3006. Bitches get stitches. Snitches get stitches. Is that what is it the phrase? Or is it snitches get bitches? Probably not that. Watching this intel. Oh, I got a shit fill. I wanted 3002. It's definitely gonna pull back. Told you. Go cuck. Gotta shake everybody out one time. Come on, 30. Called it. scared me to Pope. I was about to sell my position here. Damn it. Missed my exit. The guy gave me the double balls. Got to get back over 96. Very heavy feeling. Giving up the goose. Well, that pisses me off. It's the first time all day it's had 4 red candles in a row. I had maybe as soon as I exit, jumps up. Suck a dick. Oh my gosh. How do I sell my calls? Oh my gosh. Looking forward to the draft this weekend. I have my research in the bag and eyes on a couple treasures. Look out, mod chip, here I come. Huh. So shut up, Rep. For those that use Discord, oh wait, Jemmy is starting to move here. I don't want to miss that. Yep, the daily cock on Jemmy. I missed it. This was it. Yeah, this is actually probably a nice buy here, honestly. For those who use Discord a lot, why would Wait, never mind. All right. Sorry. I'm pretty distracted. Let me get this code off. Let's get the freaking work here. All right. SJ is my AI companion to my wife. Jeez. Watching this 25 hold on Jimmy. Maybe for a flat top break here. Watching this Jimmy still. BKKT, high day break. Oh no, it didn't break it. Now it did. Nothing with it, huh? There we go. Just want a little piece. That's all. Just a little piece. Live drafting over an IPA or two. Did you actually do your homework, Zach? I have not looked at anything yet. I have zero plan going into this. And I might still make some changes to the league. No. Okay. Love the Twitch headline. You're the first one to mention it. I was like, I know it's a touchy subject, but we have a little fun with it. Giving myself 2 first-round picks. Really? And not the fill I really wanted, but it's the break I wanted for sure. Great fills. Eater like me. It really likes me. Good fills. I like that. Bring me back to green. Oh yeah, nice and green. Now we got a little cushion on the day. A little cushion for the pushing, baby. This is going to be a pretty slow day. J Powell apparently speaks in an hour. Or is it an hour and a half? 12:35. Where is he speaking, Cheese? Orange Man done. Thank you. You looked see room? Nothing. Son of a bitch, Cheese. What is this? Oh, okay. It was nice of you. What the hell? Why does my logo look like the bear's shitting? I'll never unsee this. Oh, wait, that's not my actual logo. This is what's going on in the 100% club, by the way. We got the Pope literally in my room. What the hell? And we got Cheese making bears shitting with laser eyes. This is what's going on in here. That's all you get, though. Headline here. think it's a tweet. I have to watch Oklo out of this range if it's still going to do anything. I mean, great reference, Halo. Great reference. Oh, no, this is where I'm interested to see estimated income here on ETF me in the ass. $5 a month. We're up to $5 a month right now. With that ad of the QQQI. Hey, it's progress. That's freaking progress. You're carrying that. That's actually, yeah, that's, well, I would beg to differ that DePope is carrying that. Wait, no, you got the higher divvies in there. I take that back. You and DePope, but yes, you definitely have the most. Jemmy, absolute juicer today. So key takeaways is in a bull market, taking the divvies and putting them into leverage growth or growth in general will outperform. But if you're in a sideways or down market, you'll underperform badly because of NAV erosion. That makes a good point. So as long as my weekly 90 May's over the 21, stays in there. I can live with that. It's active. Yeah, I don't want it to be too active, so maybe I'll move it into a Mag 7 growth ETF. It's probably what I should do, so I don't have to worry about the tax side of things. Back in 2020, I know you traded a lot of options. What was your biggest single trade ever on options play? It was that on my Bed Bath and Beyond trade. Was it options or was it stock? I think it was options. Yeah, it had to be options. That was probably my biggest. I think I made like 65 or 70K on that trade alone. And then the rest of the day got me up to 85K. But my biggest swing trade on options was Boeing. That was like I had two actually. Boeing was like 35,000. That was on the reintroduction of the 737 Max or whatever it was called, 737 Max after all the issues it had. But on Netflix, it was like during COVID or something like that. I can't even remember. It might have been this drop here. Whatever this was, I nailed it. I think it was this drop. They did a split, right? Or maybe it was this drop. I feel like it was this drop. Yeah, it was this drop. Because I remember seeing, I was like, well, the last earnings was horrific. I think I had like 290 puts or something like that. And it just blew through that. I covered in the like I don't even know what it was. I didn't ride this whole move down. It was June 2nd, 2022, BBBY trade. Damn. You made 78K, but damn. You can write off the NAV. Yeah, but I don't want to have to figure that out. When I'm basically getting similar movement. Like, I don't need the income. So it's like high yield. Does it really justify? I don't know. I have to think about this. You got me the good ones. Right. Just buy growth. That might be the play. Obviously keep joysticks, but the popes I can probably move. I'm starting to rethink this a little bit. Zach, I did call it. I wasn't paying attention. And now there's only been one opportunity to get in. It was right there. And then it's just juicing. I don't even have it on my freaking list today. What am I doing? All right. There we go. think I like this. I think I just want to stick with the growth. SCHG. Keep the divvies to, I'll keep obviously the ones that are donated, but as far as transferring it, like, well, I already have divvy plays. Why don't I just get a growth play? Let's do that. Let's diversify. No, we sold plug power today, so I had like 120 and change. So I get 4 of these. I mean, I'm buying at the tippy top. Get ready for a market correction here, boys. Yeah, 500 bits to pick a stock. All right, let me second guessing myself. Look at that. We're gonna freaking make money on this trade. We made money on that trade, boys. We're rolling. All right, let me get the Schwab. I like just the growth. I don't need the income and I don't need the tax hassle. Let's just do this. Let's get 4 of them. Actually, is it 4 or 5? Yeah, get 5 of this. Let's go. Let's freaking go. We're in. We're freaking in. All right, that's it. I made the decision. We're diversified. We're basically half high leverage, or means high income via joysticks, and now we've got growth. We're a better diversified, I should say. Still, if tech crashes, we're screwed. Goes the list on growths. Oh yeah, that is the rule. If and when we sell, that cash is there to, if we have enough, like we had enough with plug, but most people are, doubling $5 to 10, and there's nothing really we can buy with that. So, but if someone, picked a stock that was like, TSLL, one of these, Pizza Wrangler did, if they double, we could sell and buy growth. We're doing it. Farquad is in the 100 club. Damn it. I mean, damn it, jeez. I do look kind of hot, though. That's actually pretty good. Not gonna lie. Look at that hair. It's glorious. And by doing that, trade, we only lost $1 a month on our divvies. Only 20%. Joysticks picks are still carrying the divvy payouts here. BETR. Big pop. It's gonna hold up. Wow, what a juicer. 66? Damn. This is going to be good for Cockwatch tomorrow or the next day, if we can get it. Jemmy finally freaking pulling back. Pretty terrible cock. We're probably going to wait for 5. Drones are getting juice? Are they really? Oh, that was a cuck and go. UAVS. What is that doing? Oh, up 11%. Jake from Seattle. All right, I got to call E-Turd about this Bimmy garbage. Let's figure this out. The guy thought the name was hilarious.
FCHL.
He just got E-Trade another year of me. No, we don't do these. We don't do these, Jesse. You gotta pick a different one. These Chinese shitters that do this, we don't do these. We don't do these. They never recover. You gotta pick a different one, Jesse. I'm doing you a favor. You would never get 100% on this. Never have this ever come back. It's not happening.
Hey, Graham! Graham haven't talked to you in a while. Have you heard of the plug? Well, we can try after Gum Gums.
Jeez, the Pope. Jesse, you got a $5 credit. Just take your time. I'm saving you $5 though. There's no. This doesn't recover ever. It's infinite selling. I'm on hold right now. Hang on, losing better. All right, it's fixed. I finally talked to a cool person at E-Trade. So I also learned that they can't see account names. They just see numbers on their end. So I didn't have to cough up the information of what there was. He says, "Do you know what account it is?" I said, "No, I don't have that. I don't have that number. It's the one labeled ETF me in the ass." And you could hear him like half chuckle, but like try to. He goes, he goes, I don't actually see that on our end. We just see the account numbers. I go, oh, well, if that's the case, it's the one with like 60 stocks in it. And while I was on the phone, I got an email from Benzinga saying I cannot stream. I don't know if they know that I have a delay on the stream or not. It says I can't stream the high beta squawk anymore to my hundreds of viewers. So that's donezo. Been doing it for freaking years, so it's unfortunate. You know, I always did it for like to give you all a little taste, you know, just a little taste. But I don't know if they know that there's a delay on the stream. That probably is a big piece of the puzzle. But regardless, rules are rules. I can't stream Benzinga anymore. So please, if it's accidentally up, let me know. No thanks to the Chuck. Yeah, that's Chuck Jones firing back at us. Get your Bimmy. Okay, yeah, we're buying this again. Great. Can't wait here, Pizza Wrangler. You get your one share of Bimmy so we can watch it burn together again. Wait, what? I gotta transfer more money in here? What? Okay. Because it's not settled cash. Oh. Do I care, though? No, I don't care. All right, whatever. You're in, Pizza. One at 780. How about the other one? I don't stream that. He doesn't talk as often, so we don't actually hear him that often. So I don't know. They all go through the same audio. That's my problem. So I can't like it's all internet audio. So I have one channel for internet audio. There's no way for me to decipher like this web page. So I just have to cut it all off. Does it, Obi? I still can't stream it though. I still can't stream it, Boots. What, Nene? Oh, I see what you're saying. Nah, I mean. PSQH. It's getting there. See the big gainers today. BBAI verified silent jumping up to first place. Pizza still grinding away. Chicka Bow Wow and Captain Burrito Pants. GoPro taking top 4 position. Pizza Wrangler with LAES. Okay. Today's big gainers. Who are they? 35% move. Burning on your DVLT. Look at that. Look at that move. CRCW with a 20. Still red on this one somehow. Huh? Did they do a reverse split or something? No. 50,000 at double out one. Oh, wait. What? How are you not up? I don't know. Oris, nice moves. Very nice moves. Salt Life, you've actually got to be close. 40%, yeah. It's a DAT. What at? Voodoo, no. Nothing saved from when I just closed eTurd. Daily cock on this one, maybe tomorrow. I'll look in a second, Vega. Can you export that file so we can download it? No, there's no file to download. I can take a picture of it. There's no file. You think E-Trade allows me to do something cool like that? Sorely mistaken. Right click and hit export? No, there's nothing like that. Are you kidding me? What kind of platform you guys think I'm on? You're giving E-Trade more credit than I do. All right. All right, there we go. Nay, I have no idea. It varies on the day. It's probably like 5 to 10 seconds. You can kind of tell when, or I can tell when the viewer attack starts. It's a good, on my end, a good 10 seconds before people start throwing. So currently 3 to 4 seconds. I mean, the big way you could tell is you could listen to me on Discord and see when I start talking on Twitch or whatever. That would give you the delay for sure. Damn. Oh, south real quick. Jeez. Say, okay. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. That's about 5, 6 seconds there. Chicka bow wow. All right, I'll time it. Chicka bow wow. We'll do it again here. All right, get ready. It says 2.33 second delay. Maverick, what are you using the shows at? So the what? This is not it, but I'll say 3, 2, 1, go. And go is when I'll hit the timer. All right, this one's for real here. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. When Gnome typed it, it was 4 seconds. So if you're typing after Gnome, you've got a greater delay. Chickapow. You trade his ass? Oh my gosh, freaking A. Can't argue with that. 26 on Obi stock. Damn. Go. Pizza, that was like a minute, dude. Wow, ASTS. Shiza. What an absolute perfect buy, Shiza. Dez, are you going to say D's nuts? Jemmy, 5-minute tight candle here. Intel with the juice. Trying. Sawcon? No. Suck on these nuts? Oh. Come on. Come on. I was born yesterday. Try harder than that. Shut up, Nene. Feel very distracted today. Pizza Wranglers Bimmy reverse stock split really screwed with me. Yeah, everybody's waiting for Powell. I had a feeling this was going to happen today. Strivers, it's got to be the high beta squawk. That's the juice one. If you're going to buy one, man, that's the one. And let me know if you use the affiliate link when you sign up for your free trial and stuff, because it's been 3 years since I got a check from Benzinga because they switched their back end. So it's like, I don't know what's wrong with the links. No one seems to bother me when the links don't work and they're not getting, I used to get $50 or so when someone signed up. It was nice. I haven't gotten a check in 3 years probably from the switch. So I'm just looking for people that have signed up recently within the last 2 years, say, and certainly use my link so I can be like, this person said it. Why am... Anyway. Apply that email. Oh, I did. I put in that. 13D. Oh, how much? Okay, you are. Oh, well. I don't want to miss this though. Tiva just had news. Fantastic. I don't want to. Unregistered sales of equity. That was yes. I can't find the 13D. How do you grow from $1 to $1 million? Jeez. Chuck Jones hit me on the way out, maybe. What do you say, Strivers? How much cheaper? I found it 35% off with high beta squawk. It's $192 a month. Yeah, the Black Friday Strivers, if you can wait, that's your best bet. double it and give it to the next person. Yeah. Good luck finding that person that wants to 500K double it. It's that easy. Nine million shares, 48%. Huh? Why isn't this juicing? Oh, there it is. I wonder if that's up or down. It's a lot of shares. Good thing E-Trade shows that there's only 3 million shares outstanding when one dude has 9 million. Thank you, E-Trade. All right, let's get rid of this. That ain't doing what I thought it'd do. Better. Guru, let's go, bud. 3 months.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, my man. AREB gonna 2x today? You got a ways to go, bud, before you start singing victory laps in my face. Do we need to go down to the losers bracket and see how many times your name shows up there? Do I think there's more potential downside to tech today? I mean, we're literally just off of all-time highs, so I mean, a pullback can't happen. But I mean, every one of these has been buy the dip, 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 and we're not even dipping yet. So who knows? Better on this curl here. Right off of VWAP. This was nice. Off a 5-minute cuck fail. This was super nice. Good thing no one saw it. Did I recover last month's losses? I have, actually. I think I lost 20,000 last month. Half of that was in the final day. I lost 10,000 on the final day of the month. So we're up 23,000 this month. So we made it back. If I would just stop when I would lose $1,000 on the day, I wouldn't have these problems. It'd be up a lot more. But I always think I can trade out of it. And I can a lot of the times. But the times I can't, I tend to really dig a big hole. Discipline. It's all about discipline. Even I, a great stock of jocks, struggle with it. Yeah, Shred, doing well with it. All right. Up against the diagonal. I should probably draw it like that. So let's just call it 26 as resistance here. remember the holographic arcade game? Is that the cowboy one? Oh, I remember that, dude. I thought that was the coolest shit. And you go to play it and it never played like you thought it would, and I'd die instantly because I probably didn't know how to play it. So young, jeez. That was cool. Yeah. Nick, do you ever break that rule? Your 30-day profit stop loss? And if so, how does it go for you? I don't think Nick's on right now. Might be taking a potty break. Jemmy breaking some support here. Let's see if this holds or not. Nick window only makes green trains. Shut up, Shred. The amount of abuse I take, only a professional can endure. AREB, you better hope they do something. You got times a ticking. When's the reverse stock split on this, Talk Jock? October what? What did Jesse say? Man, we did good selling Plug Power. Plug Power down at 268 right now. Never. The clock's a ticking. Talk Jock. Talk Jock. Talk Jock. Get it? Jemmy coming back up. So Bob, yeah, that's a good point. We never heard any more of that, did we? PWH. All right. October 3rd. All right. You got a week and a half at best. All right. We have a 5-minute cuck here that didn't do anything. We might have a play here on Jemmy. What would that be? 25.90 break. Wait. 10 seconds, Aladdin. Just freaking wait. Thank you. Tell me what you really think, SJ. About what? What do you want? Wagwoo. 2-point data from this morning on Intel. Really? Do I like Wendy's? Talk dirty to him? What are we talking about? They're all over the place today. Do I like Wendy's? I do like Wendy's. ARAB hit $1. What do you have to get, Talk Jock, off the top of your head? Do you know? I'll put it over here. I'll put it on the big board. Got $1. Needs a pullback. How low Wendy's stock is? It's getting screwed. Come on, give us the break. There it is. Don't do that to me. ARAB over $1. 140 something, Talk. All right, I'll put some alerts up near like 120. Just in case. AUR. Is this really a billion share float? Or is E-Trade just being stupid? Damn. This is a giant disappointment here. Yeah, what Tim said, I pulled out 60K. All right, you want losing better. You want to enter the contest, you say. Well, right now it's not a contest. It's a way to get into the exclusive part of Discord, have a title. The contest will be later, once we get the rings figured out, whenever that is. If you want to be a part of history, the way you do it is you've got to get, it's a $5 minimum. And I will buy as many shares as I can with the amount of money that you put in. If you're going through YouTube, you got to throw 20% on top of whatever you're given because YouTube's taking 20 to 30%. It's ass. $5, it's a donation. Yeah. Yeah, tell YouTube that. Oh, this is not good. All right, I'm out. Damn, that one hurt. Yes, nice call, Cheese. Beautiful bounce. Shut up, Hunter. Hey, SJ, I have a 3 to 4K account. How do I grow it over PD2 real fast? There is no fast way. There is zero fast way. Jeez. 42.85 yesterday's high. What is this? If it was that easy, everyone would do it, but no one does it. They literally lose their money. And you will too. Slow and steady wins the race. Swing trading is your friend. You can get lucky and double up, you know, but it's not something that happens every day. All right, watching yesterday's high, 142.85 on OKLO. Autos, okay. INTC is still gearing up. Yeah, losing better. If you do 650, you're more likely getting like 5 shares. Let me see where IVG is at. No, you get 7. But it is a sub penny stock, so you're probably getting 5 or 6. So there's more fees on top of that. Fee after fee after fee. ARAB, hanging on to this freaking dollar move here, talk. The volume spike? Well, yeah, this is people playing into that dollar move. It's got to hold it. This has a huge wick on it. Damn. Yeah, losing better. You just do a super chat with it. $10 on J Powell. Jeez. What's crazy, Cheese, is I had to sit there and really dive in if that was 3D a 3D printed thing or AI. I didn't know offhand. I was like, that's insane. That's insane. I'm sorry. You want to see what the shit that I get from Cheese all the time? Here we go. This is the latest. I mean, for crying out loud, it's the latest. Work of art. Oof. Just freaking rip through that. 50. Get on up. Nice banana jacket. Damn you, losing better. I missed my exit again today on this stock.
I'm in. Nice banana jacket BTW.
It is a nice banana jacket. All right, I'm just so distracted. So freaking distracted. Okay. ETF me in the ass. I'll give you $8 for. Wait, let me get the right freaking ticker. What'd you want again? IBG. Got it. IBG. Give me $8 worth. 71. We'll do 10. Keep it even. And also, I'm getting pretty dicked on fees, sub dollars. All right, we're going to go losing better. What better of a person than with a name like that to put in charge of my retirement fund? Whew. 10 at. Yeah, this is IBG. IBG, I gotcha. Oops, not even in yet. All right, we're in. 10 at 7.2. You're in. You and Cosmo together, sharing in the shit. Here it is. You're in. So where we're at. Ooh, BBAI taking that 71% now, crossed the 70 level. Verified, on his way. Jimmy dying. What did Okalo end up doing? Oof, sold off. Maybe it was better that I was distracted. 5 minutes on J Powell. RGTI. Jeez, look at this green streak it's on. Watching this 139 potential bounce on OKLO. No, damn it. Well, RKLB, nice moves. RGTI. Don't touch it, huh? Don't touch it. Bye! That's how you do it, boys. That's called dollar cost averaging right there. Someone clip that. That's advanced moves there, boys. Just stop buying when the stock stops going up. Can't lose that way. You survived the buys. Hopefully I don't have some share. Okay, we're good. Damn, we're down like $300-400 today, aren't we? Intel still looks like it's gonna freaking juice. It's this freaking 30 level. Does the stream buffer a lot? Not today. Shouldn't have any issues. Get in now. Are you short? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I don't know where the breakout spot is. It already broke high a day here and didn't really go. So I don't know if that means that. I don't know what sets it off. It's probably the defense of 30, I guess. Yeah, Powell's supposed to speak in a minute here. High frequency trading. All right. Fed speech is out. Thank you, Cheese. Unusual and challenging decline in both supply and demand for workers. Markets are taking a poop. He's finally live. He didn't pick it up. Do you guys have a feed? Because this one's ass that I'm on. AP. Is Powell actually speaking, or is it just his speech? Because the guy I have up on the AP feed is not Powell. Okay. I'm dropping it here. $310 is the daily level on Intel? I didn't know that. This could absolutely juice. Or 3010. There it is. No delay. Thanks, Dash Royal, as well. Is this Rick Roll? You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, Chicka Bow Wow. You son of a bitch. Did the Associated Press feed just went down? Okay. Great. You got a couple other feeds? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Zero.
Focus tightly on carrying out our critical missions to the best of our ability in the midst of stormy seas and powerful crosswinds. Throughout this turbulent period, central banks like the Fed have had to develop innovative new policies that were designed to deliver on our statutory goals during times of crisis, rather than for everyday use. Despite these two unique, extremely large shocks, the U.S. economy has performed as well or better than other large advanced economies around the world. And as always, it's essential that we continue to look back and learn the right lessons from these difficult years.
Oh, back to green. Okay.
The process has been ongoing now for more than a decade. So, turning to the present day, the U.S. economy is showing resilience in the midst of substantial changes in trade and immigration policies, as well as in fiscal, regulatory, and geopolitical arenas. These policies are still emerging, and their longer-term implications will take some time to be seen. Recent data show that the pace of economic growth has moderated. The unemployment rate is low but has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and the downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In recent months, it has become clear that the balance of risks has shifted, prompting us to move our policy stance closer to neutral at our FOMC meeting last week. GDP rose at a pace of about 1.5% in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. Activity in the housing sector remains weak, but business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace, largely reflecting the AI build-out. As noted in the September Beige Book,
That's been doing some stuff.
it is. The September Beige Book, that's a report that gathers qualitative information from across the Federal Reserve System. We'll talk about later. Businesses continue to say that uncertainty is weighing largely reflects a slowdown in consumer and business sentiment. Activity in the housing sector sharply in the spring. They have since
Members, just a
up,
quick
but remain
note,
low relative
we
to
do
the
have
start
Powell
of the
on a
year.
Q&A right now.
In the labor market, there has been a marked slowdown in both the supply of and the demand for workers, an unusual and challenging development. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment have risen. The unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but has remained relatively stable at a low level over the past year. Payroll job gains slowed sharply over summer months as employers added an average of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. The recent pace of job creation appears to be running below what we call the break-even rate, that is the rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. But
You're still in that
other labor
UNH?
market indicators
Jeez.
remain broadly stable. For example, the ratio of job openings to unemployment remains near 1, and multiple measures of job openings
Beautiful-
have been moving
beautiful
roughly
train.
sideways, not down, as have initial claims for unemployment insurance.
INTCW over
Meanwhile, has eased
3013.
significantly from its highs of 2022, but remains somewhat elevated.
Not really W.
relative
Take
to
it
our
back.
2% longer run goal.
Just price compression.
The latest available data indicate that total PCE prices.
None of it
rose-
really has a
that's
cuck, though.
Personal consumption expenditure prices. That's the inflation measure that we follow most closely. Rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, up from 2.3% in August 2024. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories,
How's that not
core
going?
PCE prices rose 2.9% last month, also higher than a year ago. Goods prices, after falling last year, are driving the pickup inflation. Incoming data and surveys
No.
suggest that those price increases largely reflect higher tariffs rather than broader price pressures. Disinflation for services continues, including for housing services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term inflation expectations
Oh, bullshit.
remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The overall economic effects of the significant changes in trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policy remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the tariff-related effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived. a one-time shift in the
That
price.
really bothers me that he uses the word
One-time
live.
increase does not mean all at once. Tariff increases will likely take some
Like,
time
that bothers me.
to work their way through supply chains. As a result, this
He's-
one-time
yeah.
increase in the price level will likely be spread
He says it
over
quite a
several
bit.
quarters and show up as some
Talking about
higher
tariffs.
inflation during
Tariff inflation, anyway.
But uncertainty around the path of inflation remains high. We will carefully assess and manage the risk of higher and more persistent inflation. We'll make sure that this one-time increase in prices does not become an ongoing inflation
One
problem.
time. Yeah, we're not going to say transitory
Turning to
anymore.
monetary policy. Near-term risks to inflation are tilted to the upside, and risks to employment are tilted to the downside, a challenging situation. Two-sided risks mean that there is no risk-free path. If we ease too aggressively, we could leave the inflation job unfinished and need to reverse course later to fully restore 2% inflation. If we maintain restrictive policy too long,
What are we
labor
talking
market
about,
could
jeez?
soften unnecessarily. When our goals are in tension like this,
So distracted.
the framework has long called for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. The increased downside risks to employment have shifted the balance of risks to achieving our goals. We therefore judged it appropriate at our last meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance, lowering the target range for the federal funds rate by 25 basis points to 4 to 4.25%. This policy stance, which I personally see as still modestly restrictive, leaves us well positioned to respond to potential economic developments. Our policy is not on a preset course. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment and bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans, and we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. So thank you again for having me here, and I very much look forward to our discussion. Thanks.
XRP.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, Mr. Chair. Thank you
Look at
for
that
those
cuck and
opening
go piece of
remarks and
shit.
reminding us just how tremendously the world has changed and evolved since you were last here in 2019. President of the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Susan Collins, is also here with us today. And President Collins, we have had the opportunity many times to discuss with you the conditions in this Fed region, of which Rhode Island is part of the Boston region. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you to think about your comments reflecting on the importance, what you have said, the importance of deeply understanding local labor markets. And I'm wondering if in your deliberations leading up to the most recent FOMC meeting, whether there was anything particularly distinctive in what you saw coming out of the Boston Beige Book.
So let me say a word about the Beige Book. So there are 12 reserve banks, as you know, around the country, and each of them has deep ties to not just the business community,
interesting levels.
Medical community, educational community, nonprofits. And each FOMC cycle, which is sort of 8 of those a year, they do a deep dive and they collect lots and lots of information about the economy. And so, and that information gets collated and put into what we call the Beige Book because it's beige. And we, we're not that original. And so we get that a couple weeks before each FOMC meeting. And I have to say, I don't know of any source of sort of qualitative information about the economy that even approaches this. It's just a lot of conversations with a lot of people, and I personally find it very useful. Sometimes you look at that book and you see significant regional differences, and this is not one of those times. So, for example, the Boston Fed piece in the last Beige Book talked about lots of spending on AI. Well, guess what? That was pretty common across 8 or 9 of the districts. So I would say nothing really jumped out from the Boston.
Okay,
polls,
hello.
but what you saw was very
Wedge.
all around the country. You saw pretty modest growth, wage and price inflation at
Jimmy
modest to
just
moderate levels.
busted
the economy
a
growing,
nut.
Not fast.
Damn it.
And uncertainty, significant uncertainty about federal public policy is kind of weighing on investments and decisions about investment and hiring, except in the area of the AI build-out, which is just going really strong pretty much many parts of the country.
So nothing distinctive from the Boston region that would inform your future decision-making, looking at the setting of monetary policy?
What I saw from Boston was quite similar and overlapping with a number of other districts. Again, sometimes that's the case where things are pretty much of a piece. Sometimes different regions, particularly if there's a commodity price thing, you would see maybe things in the commodity-oriented regions doing differently from other regions of the country. Right now, it's much more the same around the country, I would say.
So let's talk about and build on what you described a few moments ago about the dual mandate of the Fed. And if you could talk about these conditions that wax and wane over time, what signals will you be looking for in the run-up to the next FOMC meeting, which is in roughly 30 days?
We have two goals, as you mentioned, maximum employment and price stability, and they're equal goals under the law. So almost all the time, they work together. They complement one another. So for example, when the economy is weak, the unemployment rate might be high and the inflation rate would be low, and that it calls for stimulus from us. And when the economy is really strong and the labor market is tight, that's when inflation will be moving up, and so policy might be a little bit tighter. That's almost always the case. Right now is the quite unusual case where risks to, as I mentioned in my remarks, risks to employment are to the downside and to inflation to the upside. Now we only have one tool, which is monetary policy, really interest rates, and really it's calling for different answers. So for a long time we have a document called the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. We call it the consensus statement to save time. That says for a long time it's said that
Are they doing it auction?
the two goals are in tension. We'll look at how far each one is from its goal and the time that it's expected to take to get back to that goal. And so we balance the two goals. So what we've done all year this year is we've had our policy rate has been tight.
Maybe a 1 minute cut go to set it off. Nope, couldn't hold.
The labor market was very solid. Now,
AREB trying to get that $1 again, talk.
the labor market has softened. Payroll jobs have dropped a lot.
SRFM?
We can't really say that anymore. And I think
All right.
what that
Okay.
tells us is that stance of really having a tight focus on inflation really needs to moderate.
You're in,
a
Jesse.
balanced approach. And so that's why we took the action we took at our last meeting. And as we
Thank you.
next meeting, to your question, we'll be asking
9,
ourselves, we'll be looking at the data very
23,
carefully, labor market
25.
data, growth data,
One
inflation
at
data, all the vast
4,
quantities of data that we get, and asking ourselves what's the right,
68.
is our policy in the right place? And if not, we move it there.
Some may wonder about the frothiness of the markets reaching record heights and also record valuations. How does the Fed think about that in the equation?
Financial markets. So we monitor financial markets very carefully. Our policy works through financial conditions.
Comments out by a pal
Credit
says towards
spreads
next
and
meeting we'll
spread
look at
levels
labor
and,
market, growth data, inflation data to ask if
equity
policy in
prices
right
in
place.
aggregate that can affect spending, for example. We look at all of that, but really our focus is on our two goals, and that is maximum employment and price stability. And when we see
Oh, shit. You heard
one of
Benzing?
them
No, that wasn't
weakening,
Benzing. Phew.
we're going to respond.
That's trade
appropriately
exchange.
with our tools, and in this case, that meant reducing the federal funds rate by 25 basis points, and
Yeah, I muted Benzinga, so we shouldn't have that
that's
issue.
what we do. We look carefully at financial conditions, more from a perspective though of financial stability. So we see that the banks are well capitalized. Actually, in the aggregate, households are in good shape financially. I know people at the bottom end of the income spectrum are under pressure, no question about that. But it's not a time of elevated financial stability risks.
So the federal funds rate really governs consumer credit.
Why'd they bust
but
me?
not
I have no
so
idea.
as it pertains to mortgage rates, correct?
That's right.
and how, let's talk about
Someone
how
told on us.
the average consumer is going to see any difference in the intervening months relative to
I thought I had this conversation with them a long time ago, but
the ability and maybe even more confidence to spend.
could be a new person. I don't know.
But when we change the federal funds rate, it will affect the mortgage rates and also all other consumer borrowing rates. Really, all interest rates that are on a floating basis will move a little bit or even a lot if they're short term based on our moves. So the people will feel that over time. Also, it's not just these days. The market is pricing in the next 6 months what's going to happen to rates. So this is something that wasn't really the case, 50 years ago. Now markets listen to us and follow, and they make an estimation of where they think rates are going, and so they'll price things in, and so longer term rates will move because of what the market expects. Market participants expect us to do. So you'll begin to see, and you're already seeing, changes in rates long before we make the decision. It can often be already, priced in.
Is it fair to say that the Fed and the markets really have a higher tolerance for risk today, more so than perhaps before the pandemic?
I think if you look at some prices, then
Didn't I
they're
get
elevated
disconnected
relative to
in the
historical
money?
levels. There were times before the pandemic when you had, it happens periodically. Equity prices will move up and down, and we do monitor that. But we're not targeting any level of prices for particular financial assets. We don't have a view that we know what the right price of any particular financial asset is. We do look at overall financial conditions, and we ask ourselves whether our policies are affecting financial conditions in a way that is what we're trying to achieve. But you're right. By many measures, for example, equity prices are fairly highly valued.
What?
Fed's Powell says equity prices are fairly highly valued.
Oh, you're talking about the chick?
Largely AI stocks and periphery stocks, really driving the markets in many ways. Let's talk a little bit about the great unknown of AI, and if we think about various ages, our industrial ages, whether it be steam to electricity to the information age, and now to the age of AI, would you consider this to be the most disruptive force ever in modern American history?
I think it's way too early to say that. I wouldn't go that far. I would say clearly
Wouldn't go that far?
has all the earmarks of emerging technology that could be very important in our economy and in our society. But it's very early to be making that kind of bold statement. So, what we're seeing is companies and institutions like the Fed for that matter, are starting to experiment with how this new set of tools can be used in our operations. And it's very early days on that. And, I think we have to wait and see. That's a good thing. I know many of the large financial institutions and other central banks, and we are asking ourselves, how can this help us do our jobs better? And I think it's going to be a period of experimentation over a period of years. And, the history is always that there's a lot of fear that technological innovation will eliminate jobs. What has tended to happen in
Jamie, let's go. 4 months.
Productivity and creates new jobs to replace the old jobs. And that happens. And sometimes it can take a long
On
time.
LLY, Lilly
That has
plans
been
to
the
build
pattern
a
for
new
the last couple
$6.5 billion
years.
facility to
Is this time
manufacture
gonna be different? I
active
just don't think we know
pharmaceutical
yet. I don't
ingredients
think
in
anybody
Texas.
You are a labor market futurist, also a historian, and the concept of AI and humans in the loop, very profound impact on labor
INTC,
force.
fighting with 30 again.
What are your thoughts about specifically agentic AI as a differentiator from generative AI, and how will the Fed be looking at the impacts of the workforce, the labor participation rate, given the unknown of what could happen with displacement around AI tools at all ends of the spectrum?
Our tools work on demand, basically. Lower interest rates, higher interest rates, they work on demand. When there are structural changes in the economy, there's not a lot that an interest rate change can do for that. And so, if you're talking about distributional issues or labor force participation or retraining or any of the things that come to mind in connection with those questions, that's really going to be something for legislators and the private sector. We of course, we have many labor economists and
I know, right, Seabash? Like, what the hell's taking so long?
effects of AI on the labor force, and many great economists around the country and around the world are publishing on that now. And you know, it really is too early to say. I think you can say that some
maybe your significant other is already AI robot, and it's just so real because we're actually that much farther in the future. And the VR headset that we have on is plugged straight into our brain cords.
And how will that balance work?
Huh? Ever think of it that way?
Timing of it, I think it's just quite hard to say.
But how does that
Everything's
factor
just that
into
real.
the deliberations on a near
Taking a look at your
basis?
2-year
Things are
node
moving so
auction,
quickly,
drawing
so
3
quickly,
spot
and
571%,
really the observation
with
and
a
the
bid to
argument
cover
that
of 2
artificial
spot
intelligence isn't
51.
just impacting
The one issue came in at
those
3 spot
entry-level jobs and
572%.
those, quasi unskilled jobs, but really
I think about that every day.
tentacles
Good banana.
reaching into highly skilled professions, whether it be finance, whether it be communications and media, whether it be healthcare, whether it be law, finance. So all ends of the spectrum, highly educated individuals down to more automated, more easily automated tasks. Sort of a really interesting problem for those of you that are studying labor market economics. How do you
Okay, hello, trying again.
Well, a lot of what we're doing with our time is trying to understand the current position of the economy, what's actually going on in the economy today.
Powell says
Still
due
in
to
2-point
AI,
diagonal
some
here.
jobs are going to
Part of
be
that
phased
is,
out.
Hiring rate has really dropped. Job creation has dropped very sharply. So what are the factors there? So I mentioned earlier, I think, part of it just is there's a lot of uncertainty about the direction of public policy, and so companies are holding off. They're not hiring, and when you don't hire through attrition, your labor force shrinks, and you save money that way. That may be a way of passing on tariff costs. It may be something like that. So that's happening. Lots of questions around whether AI is a major factor associated with the relatively low hiring rate for people graduating from school and just entering the labor market. And people are doing studies on that, and I looked at one from Stanford, another from the New York Fed in the last week, and the sense of it was, we think we can find some evidence that generative AI is,
This might be in Benzinga.
is one of the reasons here, but we can't really say it's the main reason. And we have our Jackson Hole conference every year in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and we had some great labor economists, and one of the big debates was what's going on with AI, and there was a professor from, I want to say, Columbia, who just basically said there's no evidence that this is acting any differently than her view was not acting any differently from other technological movements, waves, and so I think she would be more at the end of an optimist, a techno-optimist. We've all, there are books out there that will tell you the world is ending, and but I don't think we know. Again, I think we're going to see how this evolves, and again, if it does turn out to be something where labor force participation really declines in a way that creates social difficulties, that's going to be something that legislators and the private sector will have to address. We just don't know that yet, though.
Over the weekend, I read where you had been discussing, just picking up on what you said about Gen Z and college graduates and any possible disruptions in trying to find jobs. So Gen Z would be those born between 1997 and 2012, roughly ages 13 to 28. What are your thoughts on college enrollment? We'll talk a little bit about labor disruption in just a minute, and Jackson Hole, because I know that's a favorite of yours, but a lot of the individuals in this room today may have family members that fall squarely in that 13 to 28 category. What would you say about that?
I mean, again, we all see the data that it's just gotten tough for people just entering the labor force to be hired. But remember, the overall national aggregate hiring rate is at very, very low level. The layoff rate is also at a very, very low. You're in a low fire, low hire economy, and it feels like companies are just, they've kind of stopped hiring or slowed down their hiring because they want to see how this all shakes out. We're having very important changes to economic policy in the United States, and companies and people are wondering how's that going to work out. So I think that's part of it. The other thing I would add, though, is there's a lot of good scholarship around technological innovation and inequality, if you will. And the sense of it is really that if schools and society give students graduating the skills and aptitudes they need to benefit from evolving technology, you can have declining inequality over time. And that's what the United States had for many, many years, up until about 1970, when U.S. educational attainment kind of plateaued and inequality takes off. So it's really down to having the skills. So kids who come out of school today with technological skills and can work with this new technology, they're probably going to be fine. They're going to be great. If you don't have those skills, though, you're increasingly left with less attractive employment options. So in a way, it's an educational issue.
Our society is our education system, and you spoke about inequality, particularly the digital divide, and thinking about
Comments out by
where
Iran.
the United
It
States
says
really has
negotiations with the
among
U.S.
countries
is a
throughout the world.
dead end.
Particularly, that was a subject that you initiated at Jackson Hole back in August. What are your thoughts on how that is likely to really change the way we look at technology as a force for productivity and advancement?
Technology has been raising incomes and productivity for really a couple hundred years since the Industrial Revolution. It's been an amazing thing for the quality of human life, and there's no reason why that has to change. In the United States was the first country to have gender-blind secondary education, and if you go back, you'll see that there's a great book on this, but just basically the U.S. had fast technological innovation for a century, and also declining inequality because people were coming out and their educational the capabilities they took out of the educational system gave them the ability to benefit from evolving technology. So, and that's really the key, because technology, what it does is it makes us more productive. One summer I worked on a project that was building houses, and I basically had a shovel and I just dug most of the summer. And now that would be a Bobcat, which can do 100 times the work, no blisters, no water breaks. It's just much more productive. And you see housing production's gotten, at least it did get for a while, much more productive, not so much lately. But that I think is the story. And while U.S. educational attainment, college graduation rates and things like that leveled out, they're still going up. The rest of the world caught on and has really caught up in terms of educational attainment. And that really is the key. To your point, your educational system, your country is your educational system ultimately. It's the people that come out and what can they do, and a variety of other factors too, obviously. But I think that's a key element. I'm struck by this because this was a major factor at our recent conference, and we had a great conversation about it.
Well, tell us about the book. He gave me a homework assignment the other day, so I did download it, but I think everyone should follow that lead.
All right. It's a book. Book's called The Race Between Education and Technology. It's by Claudia Golden and Larry Katz, two Harvard economists, and it basically talks about the race between education and technology. So I recommend that to anybody. It was written in, I want to say, 2005, and they basically presented at Jackson Hole, they presented an update to the current day. The findings basically hold. It's very, I'm not a PhD economist. I read it 20 years ago.
But you said it still holds very much true today.
It does. And I think it's a good explanation for why the U.S. has had, rising inequality. This is their thesis, and I think it's they call it also skill bias technical change. So you need skills to benefit, but if you have those skills, then technology makes you more productive, and that's what we need. Incomes can only rise if productivity is increasing. We're sort of working as many hours as we can work now. So it really is down to how much output can you have in an hour, and that's productivity. So I would recommend that. I'm not getting any royalties for that, but by the way, Claudia Golden won the Nobel Prize for her work about 2 years ago. So I'm not the only one who thinks it was good work.
Chair Powell, let's move on to tariffs. This is an issue that confronts the business people here with us today. You addressed it very briefly in your opening remarks. You indicated that you believe that the costs of the tariff movement is in fact more transitory than embedded in supply chain. So I think we would appreciate hearing more about how the Fed thinks about evolving tariff policy.
So we're now collecting a good bit of revenue. The federal government collecting a good chunk of revenue, at a $300 or $400 billion a year pace. And the question is, who's paying that? And the candidates for paying those tariffs would be the exporter, the foreign exporter, or someone on our shores. It could be a company or a retailer, or someone who's using the imported product to manufacture something, or the end consumer. And so so far, in its incredibly early days, it doesn't look like the overseas exporters are carrying the bulk of it. It looks like it's that middle group. It's retailers and it's importers, and they're not passing along to consumers that much of the cost. So the actual effects on inflation have been quite modest so far. It's really not. It's a small amount, but I mean, for example, I mentioned that core PCE inflation is 2.9%. Maybe 0.3 or 0.4 of that is tariffs. So, so it's not the big factor.
He was a nice guy.
A big inflationary thing, but it
Let me
is
update you after this trade.
and driving up inflation a bit. And the question is, are companies then, are they going to eventually be able to pass that stuff through, and then that might drive inflation up?
Already broke.
So we've been watching.
So basically, he was told that I need to be cut off as a talent because I'm not producing any leads, the clicks. And I know for a fact that that's not true because I get DMs when you guys sign up. But it's something with the way the affiliate third party shows the clicks or not. It's crazy. Because I know people have signed up. Yet it doesn't show up on my end or their end for that matter. So they wanted to cut me off because I'm just dead talent. Well, I'm like, well, when we were with the other third party, it showed plenty of growth, plenty of sales, and my channel has doubled in that time frame.
Tariff-related inflation, which should be much closer to our 2% goal. That's
yet the only variable here was you switching third-party programs where I go from a lot of sales to zero. The only thing changed is that. Like, I see. Well, to be honest, I haven't heard anything positive about this third party that we used. I'm like, thank you.
That inflation actually wasn't under control, and it's back up to 3.5 or 4%.
So
no one thinks this is the base case.
He's going to take it from there.
The risk of
I got to send him a picture though.
Too much. Of course, the risk of cutting too late, as I mentioned, is that we unnecessarily the labor market weakens unnecessarily. There's no risk-free path, and it's a very difficult policy environment when your two goals are telling you two different things. You've got to make a compromise, and we really, again, haven't been in that situation for many, many years. It does happen, but it's happened now, and we'll manage our way through it. But we sort of have to look at both of them as equal. We can't just say we're going to do this one and not that one, unless this one is clearly a greater risk. And now they're coming into closer balance, I would say. We do see meaningful weakness in the labor market now, very low job creation. The unemployment rate's still low, though, and the quits rate is low, and a lot of things suggest that the labor market has reached a kind of unusual stability of much lower demand and much lower supply for workers. It's a really unusual kind of a balance, if you want to call it that, but nonetheless, we think it's downside risk.
Well, if you could elaborate, what are some of the factors that are leading to depressed demand for labor?
So depressed demand for labor, based on surveys and talking to people who are doing hiring, a big chunk of it is that they're just unsure about what to do. Businesses, and I'd love to talk to people after this. Businesses don't want to do a lot of hiring. They may be postponing major capex, major initiatives, major acquisitions, and maybe they'll replace workers who retire, but they're not looking to grow. This isn't every company and every part of every company in the world. It's just an effect kind of at the margin. That's got to be part of it. I think that's the demand side. The supply side, of course, has a lot to do with immigration policy. So immigration was at a very high level for 2 or 3 years before this year, and now immigration has really gone close to zero, and immigration is not really contributing to the labor force growth now, whereas it's been most of what the labor force growth was, and now so at the same time you've got declining demand and also declining supply of workers, of new workers.
One of your passions is demystifying the Fed. You enjoy speaking about it, and those that are Fed watchers are wondering, will there in fact be 2 additional rate cuts before the end of the year? Of course, we're uncertain about that, if I understood your comments correctly. What does it mean to demystify the Fed, and what can each of us in this room do to be better Fed watchers for the benefit of our own businesses, if you will?
So not so many years ago, maybe 40 years ago, and for a long time before that, the main theory of central banking was to be mysterious and obscure. In fact, Montague Norman, who's a very famous former head of the Bank of England, but ending in the middle of World War II, famously said, never apologize, never explain. And he thought that monetary policy worked back, and everyone thought, it works best when no one understands. It's kind of mysterious. So starting maybe 40 years ago, a bunch of economists, including Alan Blinder and a number of others, said, you know what, that's wrong, because market committee announcement. Experiment just to see what would happen. Now, so if you fast forward through, the 30 years since then, now we have a post-meeting statement, we have minutes, we have press conferences, every FOMC participant is on Squawk Box with a press release. So, and maybe some people say it's too much, it's excessive, but so that's the way it's evolved. So we try really hard to communicate with the interested public in a way that is useful and comprehensible and jargon-free. That's what we focus on. And that's all we're trying to do. So we don't use their, every profession has their jargon, and you kind of need it for internal conversations, but we try not to do that. So that's all we're trying to do. A couple of thoughts about what, I wouldn't say, I can't make anyone a better Fed watcher, I don't think, but things I would want to tell people about the Fed. One is just this, that we're making decisions, our decisions are made under elevated levels of uncertainty, even in normal times. The economy is fundamentally, no one has been able to predict the economy more than for the next few months. It's an unpredictable, it's this enormous entity, and it's just not that predictable. So we have to we take very much a risk management approach, and one of the risks we're managing is that we don't exactly understand what the current state of the economy is and where it's going to go. So we try to have policy that can cover the range of plausible outcomes, not just one outcome. So that's one thing. So we're never saying that we know the economy is going to do this or we know it's going to do that, because honestly, famous statement is financial forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. So that's one thing I would say. Another is that you should, I just have to say this, whenever we make decisions, we're never ever thinking about political things. And so we're based in Washington, D.C., and many people, in Congress, and often things are seen through a lens of, is it good for this party or bad for this party or this politician? We're just not looking at things that way. We're looking at what's the best thing for the people that we serve in the medium term. What's the best policy? And many people don't believe us because they think, come on, you're really political. But the truth is, most of the people who are calling us political, it's just a cheap shot. And also, we don't engage. We don't, our argument is doing our jobs. We don't get into back and forth with external people. We just do our jobs. We keep our head down and do our jobs. That's what we do.
Sorry, gotta get this email out real quick.
Those are two things I would offer about the Fed.
We have run out of time. We have come to the end of our program, and I'm wondering if there's anything additional that you'd like to share with the members here today, and again to help us be more prepared as we begin to look to 2026 and strategic plans for business and things on the horizon that would help to, of course, create more jobs and more prosperity.
So I'll say one more thing that struck me just now about the Fed, and that is, remember, we have a really important job: maximum employment, price stability. We regulate and supervise the banks. We operate parts of the payment system, but those things are really about cyclical.
Members, on this Disney DIS, posted earlier in the news desk, we had Disney Plus announces price hikes. Disney now actually hitting the wires and hitting other wire services. And we saw that volume pop in Disney DIS. Keep in mind that was posted earlier in the news desk. Once again, Disney Plus announces price hikes. Those are now hitting wires and other news services.
Are not interest rate policy and the things that we do as important as we are. And beyond that, I'll just say this has been great as always. I've enjoyed talking to so many people here today, and I love to get out and talk to people who are working in the real world in the economy. There's nothing better than that. Most of my career was in the financial sector, and I constantly was out talking to people rather than sitting in my office looking at aggregate data on the economy. So this is a much more comfortable place to be. So,
You're headed back to D.C. later this afternoon.
Yes.
What does the rest of your day look like?
Get home. I won't get home until after dinner, so it looks like me working on the plane on the way back. So anyway, thank you so much.
Right.
It's been great. Thank you.
Chair Jerome Powell, Chair of the Federal Reserve.
Thank you.
Getting a stand.
Disney's juicing on that headline, huh? All right. I'm back. Shame on this OKLO, man. That was getting juicy. Jeez. Zelensky will brief Trump on the battlefield. We have good news. I'm sure it's just such good news. Finally got Rumble chat working. Sorry about that, Rumble. Hopefully that works. All 5 of you. It's a seedling I'm trying to coddle. There you go, Luca. Always check your muff before you check the ticker. Listen, Cheese. I checked. Maybe you should look at my response to you. I mean, what are you doing over there, Cheese? Look at this. This is what I get sent. This is what I get. When I say I get distracted, this is probably the shit I'm dealing with. AI is getting too damn good. Like, it even gets my hair, like, that sometimes, like, brushes over my ears, like in front of my ears. It's got the 5 o'clock shadow. It's got Sydney wrong. There needs to be more, obviously. But damn, it's getting good. Like, it takes you, say, if you didn't know this was AI by looking at the box and shit, you wouldn't know. You'd think, oh, this is a 3D model, 3D printed model. Nope, AI. So with the VIX moving up, who bought UVXY? You're up 10% on this thing. Who were you? Carter. If Carter freaking called the top, I swear I just can't even. When was the last time? Oh, we did. Ten to 10. You thought it was real? Halo, that's what I'm telling you, man. It's getting scary. It's getting scary how good AI is getting. Soleno patient hospitalized. There it is in the wires. I would have taken it myself, but it's just 70 cents wide. It's like, jeez. Tesla dumping. Everything is dumping. Are you surprised? I literally bought an ETF that mimicked the stock market today. What do you think was going to happen? Top tick Tommy. This is my final form. So I wonder if it's rolling over because Powell said that the market is overvalued right now. You know. It's the Trump comments. Trump says NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter alliance airspace. Damn. U.S. support for shooting down Russian aircraft depends on circumstances. That gray line, both parties are just narrowing it down right now. Probably doesn't end well. That was sent yesterday? Oh, it's circulating right now. Did I trade when Turkey did it? Turkey flew over what? Russia over Turkey? They shot it? Did they really? What year was this? They shot it, then forced them to buy Russian oil. Oh, so Turkey flew over Russia? No, Russia over Turkey. All right, so Russia over Turkey. Turkey shot it down, and then Russia said, we go to war unless you buy our oil. Is that the play? Is that how it went? All right. The market keeps selling off these. I need to close this up. Yes. I'll play it safe on Vanny as well. Just go flat. Reevaluate after this headline blows over. Some pretty hard pushes here, though. Watch for a bounce. No. Wow, good push. Jeez. Nice work, Captain. I think it's getting its shit kicked in right now. There's the bounce. I missed it. Shit. Shit. 67.12. Yep, I see that. Market's toying. Oh, that bounce. It's disgusting. Oh, that bounce. Oh, that bounce. What the? $1,000 laser. It's a good one. I feel it, cheese. It's interesting you mentioned that 6, 7, 12. That's what I was watching. I've gotten some trades. I'm right $1,000 right now. It's been really slow. Your bio? What are you talking about? What? Just don't even. Just don't even. What am I looking at? Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's been a really shitty mojo. Yeah, this is pretty bad. There's just nothing I like. I can't believe it burning, but Oracle and OpenAI to announce data plans in data expansion plans in Texas. Is that known? I don't know if that's known or not. Love how I got the same freaking fill. It's not having the same push here. I'll get out. Yeah, I took 600K to make $5. It's a good return on investment, don't you think? Major League Baseball will use robot umpires to call balls and strikes as part of a challenge system next season. It has begun. That's probably one sport that has been begging for something besides humans. AREB. Talk Jock has 5. Talk Jock needs to double up before it goes reverse split because we're not holding shares. We're not doing this holding through a reverse split anymore. That's one of the rules we've etched into stone today because it dicks up the whole portfolio. It dicks up the cost basis. It's hard to keep track of this stuff as is. Is AI going to further impact the retail trader? For sure. But they won't kill it, I don't think. No, I think they're separate entities. Rip. How much did I get charged? I have no idea. I think what they ended up really doing is selling my shares. So it basically cashed it out. But I don't know what that fee was, if there was one. Imagine if the picture was being a robot. I don't think anybody would watch. I don't think there's any appetite for watching robots do sports that humans can do. Like, we'd all be for, robots shooting machine guns and Gatling guns at each other and shit. Throwing missiles at each other. That'd be kind of cool. We don't necessarily want to watch robots play baseball. Like, people get interested maybe when a person plays a computer in chess. It's interesting to see what they can do, the human versus, perfection. But no one's really interested in robot versus robot. It might have its moment, like certain robot versus, certain algo versus certain algo. But no one's going to sit there and watch it all day. Look at Twitch. We have AI channels on Twitch. They were a flash in the pan. Now no one watches them. So I think there will be place for robots in sport, but not the sport that humans play that we want to watch. Robot mud wrestling. $10,000 Conor McGregor versus 50 T-Rexes. The McGregors surely won. That was a fun trend going around social media at the time. What was it? One silverback versus 100 men. Who wins? You can pick your squad, so to speak. All the animal experts said that humans would win that, but the first 50 are dead. The first 50 that enter in are done. The front lines is toast. But they said that silverbacks are very much fast twitch, a burst of power, but the endurance game will take him down. And beats men to death with the arms. Yeah, totally. ARAB going for high a day. Yeah, good man. I don't have a mortgage. It's paid off. Sava's still juicing. Was it the CEO bought? Put a filing out. That was I thought it was not a conviction buy though. It's like $250,000. It's like stock is beat to shit right now. That's not conviction to me. I've seen this issue. Maybe we get SJ Avatar for a day. I did see that. I posted in general chat yesterday. I was like, well, this isn't fair. I don't know if that's real or not, though. Because first off, the screens don't match. Like, is it just replacing everything? Like, I don't know. And it looks, let me look at the comments. Is it fake? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. The comments are saying this was not recorded at the same time. So, there you go. There you go. Jeez. Jeez. Some of this. Bill Gates power company teams up with Evergy is the headline. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Some horseshit fills, man. Bitcoin farming companies. Well, but, in a market pullback, downturn, whatever you want to call it, the highest speculative plays are the ones that tend to suffer the worst. Crypto's in that category. You guys still talking about Silverback versus 100 Men? What? Taking what? Oh, come on. That's a W break. Don't be like that. It's a bad sign. Can't get going. Macklem. COEP juice. What is that? Mother flopper, man. All right, I'm just gonna call it. I'm down $2,000. Not a good day. Just gonna call it before I start digging this hole way too big. I'm not feeling it today. Haven't felt it at all. I don't even feel awake, honestly. A lot of distractions. I think the ETF is good. That's right. Ugh. So $6,800 win yesterday, $2,000 loss today. I just want to keep it manageable. Be back at it tomorrow. I'm just not feeling it today. Not feeling it. Market is dead too. Maybe I'll come back around 3 o'clock in Discord. Guys are awesome. Thanks for playing along in the ETF, me and the Ask ETF. Sorry for the distraction today with Benzinga and ETF issues and E-Trade issues. It's life, though. All right. MU going to be a banger? They got earnings today? Maybe we'll watch that one. All right. Peace out, everybody. See you tomorrow.